Bu Marga, Pak WD1 sudah masuk?
Sedang persiapan Pak Widi. Tadi sudah menelpon.
Oh ya udah, saya juga ini masih di jalan, jadi mungkin 5 menit lagi sampai insya Allah.
Belum on kameranya. Bisa disapa. Assalamualaikum Pak Tommy.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kenapa Pak Tommy? Selamat datang.
Mulai Bu Marga.
Assalamualaikum Pak WD1.
Waalaikumsalam Pak Widi.
Mohon maaf masih di perjalanan, nanti sebentar lagi insya Allah.
Monggo, kalau mau dimulai monggo. Silahkan Bu Marga.
Siapa Tommy?
Jadi monggo. Silahkan.
Bu Marga ini. Nanti gitu.
Silakan Bu Marga.
Siapa?
Mas Widi sudah sehat, G?
Insya Allah, Pak.
During the opening session, all participants, please kindly mute your microphone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good morning to all. Welcome to the 5th UNNES Student Conference, Investing in Language, Education, and Culture by Exploring Local Values. This is the 5th time for the English Department of Universitas Negeri Semarang to hold this event, with the aim to accommodate the need of English education and literature students to perform in academic forums. We gather here to learn from the experts. My name is Khadijah Munawar, and I will be your host for today's event. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend my warmest regards to Dr. Harni Kartikaningsih from Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Ningsih, thank you very much for being here today and for sparing your busy schedule to be with us. We actually still have another keynote speaker, Dr. Josina van der Klook from Humboldt University of Berlin. However, Dr. van der Klook will be present at the second plenary session that will be held at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to welcome the first Vice Dean of the Faculty of Language and Art, Dr. Tommy Yuniawan M. Hum. Good morning, Dr. Tommy.
Morning.
The head of the English Department of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Dr. Widianto MPD. Good morning, Dr. Widianto.
Okay, good morning.
And all of the presenters and participants of the 5th UNNES Student Conference who have come from various universities across Indonesia. To start the event, ladies and gentlemen, please raise for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now all be seated. This time, please allow me to welcome Ibu Prayudias Margawati, SPDM Hum, as the chair of the organizing committee to give her welcoming speech.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Students' Conference has become one of the annual events for Universitas Negeri Semarang. Students' Conference 2022 has successfully invited students, researchers, scholars to present varied topics with its main theme, investing in language, education, and culture by exploring local values. The objectives of the 5th Students' Conference are to exchange and share ideas as well as research findings from all presenters. Also, it provides the interdisciplinary for those involved to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, concerns, practical challenges, and the solutions adopted in the field of linguistics, language, culture, and education. As the chairperson of the conference, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all plenary speakers, Dr. Josina van der Klof from Humboldt University of Berlin, and Dr. Harni Kartikaningsih from Universitas Indonesia. It is my honor to say welcome to all presenters coming from Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Universitas Jenderal Sudirman, Universitas Tidar, Universitas Muhammadiyah Kendari, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar, Universitas Pakuan, Universitas Sanata Dharma, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Pekalongan, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Universitas Katolik Widya Mandala Surabaya, dan Universitas Negeri Semarang. On behalf of the organizing committee, we express our thanks to Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman M. Hum as the Rector of UNNES and Dr. Sri Rejeki Urip M. Hum as the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts for this support. Welcome to the 5th Students' Conference 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Marga. To all of the participants, please kindly turn on your camera. The next welcoming speech, which also marks the opening of the event, will be delivered by the first Vice Dean of the Faculty of Language and Art, Dr. Tommy Yuniawan M. Dr. Yuniawan, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and mercy that we got assembled in this student conference this morning, and as our annual conference. In this great pleasure to welcome all the keynote speakers of this conference in Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Dr. Josina van der Klof from Humboldt University of Berlin, and Dr. Harni Kartikaningsih from Universitas Indonesia. Honorable Head of the Department of English Language and Literature, Bapak Widianto PhD, Head of English Literature, Ibu Fatma Hetami, Organizing Committee, Ibu Prayudias Margawati, the Professor and Lecturer, Department of English Language and Literature, and for all presenter or participant in this conference. The Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, have mission culture conservation inside faculty with international reputation. Department in Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Department of Indonesian Language and Literature, Department of English and Literature, Department of Varieties of Language and Literature, Department of Fine Art, Department of Drama, Dance and Music, and Department of Javanese Languages and Literature. As the Vice Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, we are proud to have the Student Conference as our annual conference. This year's Student Conference is very special because we still conduct it on post-COVID-19 pandemic. We conduct the conference virtually in order to uphold the government policy to protect everyone's safety and health. By bringing up the theme investing in language, education, and culture by exploring local values, we hope to offer alternative for education in this critical post-pandemic period. We'd like to thank the keynote speaker for this conference, Dr. Josina van der Klok from Humboldt University of Berlin, and Ibu Dr. Harni Kartikaningsi from Universitas Indonesia. I also thank you for all presenter and participant, both from UNNES and outside of UNNES. And for the presenter, for the parallel presentation, being chosen as presenter in this conference is a considerable honor and achievement. I would like to congratulate the presenter who have been selected, as well as the reviewers who have chosen the successful presenter. I also would like to offer my congratulations and appreciation to the organizing committee, Ibu Prayudias Margawati, who have been working to prepare the conference, and to all keynote speakers, presenter, and participant for such an impressive conference. We hope that through this annual conference, the annual student conference, there will be a stronger bond among academic, especially those with the expertise of linguistic, language, culture, and education. I wish you wonderful conference. Thank you for your attention. I wish you pleasant experience in this student conference. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Yuniarwan. And now, we will show you the house rules of the 5th UNNES Student Conference. One, everyone should have installed the latest version of Zoom, version 5.6 or above. 2, the sessions will start on time. Please join Zoom 10 minutes earlier. 3, the committee will record the whole conference session, plenary, and parallel sessions. By attending this conference, you acknowledge that your image and comments may be recorded and rebroadcasted. 4, during the opening session and plenary session, all participants mute their microphone. 5, the chat box is used only for asking questions. 6, Questions can be delivered directly in the Q&A session. Click on the raise hand feature below the participant box, or please type your question in the chat box on Zoom by mentioning your name, /institution/question. Moderator will summarize and deliver the questions to the speakers. 7. After the plenary session, there will be a parallel session. To join the session, click the breakout room menu and you will find the room list. Room 1 will be located in the main room of the conference, and room 2 will be available in the breakout room. To know your assigned time, please check the program book that we have sent to your email. 8. In case you couldn't find the breakout room menu, rename it with the following format: parallel room _ your name. As an example, R1 _ Pujiawan to help the host assign you. 9. There is no attendance list provided. We will make the certificate of the presenters and participants based on your attendance proven by the Zoom recording. Therefore, we ask you to rename your Zoom with the name that you registered as, presenters or participants. And now, it is with pleasure that I'm about to hand over my microphone to the moderator of the first plenary session, Ibu Novia Trisanti, SPD MPD, who will furthermore be the person in charge of the discussion. Ibu Novia is a lecturer at the English department of UNNES. Currently, she is pursuing her doctoral degree at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung. Her research interests cover topics such as multimodality, language, and education. Ibu Novi, the time is completely yours.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Pak Widi, the head of English department. Good morning, Pak Tommy, the first vice dean of our faculty. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, students from various universities in Indonesia. Welcome to the plenary session 1 of the 5th UNNES Students Conference. Well, in this occasion, I'm Novia Trisanti as the moderator of our first plenary speaker. We have here outstanding plenary speaker today, Ibu Harni Kartikaningsih, PhD. Okay, she is an assistant professor at the Department of Linguistics, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. Hello, Ibu Harni. Assalamualaikum. Yes, how are you doing today?
Alhamdulillah. Waalaikumsalam. Good to you too.
Yeah. Are you in Bandung or in Jakarta?
No, I'm in Depok, close to where I work now.
Yes. Thank you very much for your attendance as our plenary speaker today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we listen to Ibu Harni's presentation, I would like to deliver her CV in brief. Okay, her name is Ibu Harni Kartikaningsih, PhD. She is now an assistant professor at the Department of Linguistics, Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. She graduated from Department of Linguistics, Sydney University, majoring Doctor of Philosophy in Linguistics in 2016. She has many research grants and awards. One of them was in 2022, she got PUTI Q2 from Direktorat Riset and Pengabdian Masyarakat of Universitas Indonesia. She also has many publications and book chapters. One of her articles was Intermodality and Multilingual Reinstantiation, Joint Construction in Bilingual Genre Pedagogy, IKALA, Special Issue on Applicable Linguistics in Language Education, SFL in Practice in 2021. While one of her book chapters was the application of R2L methodology in EFL classrooms, a bilingual approach in reading to learn, reading the word, how genre-based literacy pedagogy is democratizing education. Well, if I read all her publications and grants, one day is not enough. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ibu Harni is going to deliver her presentation entitled Teaching Writing in EFL Classrooms, a genre-based bilingual pedagogic practice, for 40 minutes presentations, and there will be 10 minutes for questions and answers. So the participants, please, you may write the questions in the chat box later, and I will read and summarize the questions. So without any further ado, it's time to Ibu Harni Kartika Ningsih, PhD, to deliver her presentation. Ibu Harni, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Novia. You could just call me Harni for short. I know my name is quite lengthy. So I'm going to share my PPT for now, and let me know if it works. Hang on a second. Yeah, could you see this okay?
Excellent, Bu Harni.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yep, I'm going to start, and I'm going to rely on timing to Miss Novia. So kindly interrupt me if I have 5 minutes left. So I tend to overspeak, and I do not want to, take the limits that the committee has given to me, especially in time. Yeah, I would like to pay attention.
All right, Ibu Harni.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to the kind committee, and the name that I would like to mention here, to Dr. Tommy Yuniawan, who already welcomed me, and other participants here. Thank you for the invite. And also to Dr. Widianto, who is the head of the department at the moment. So it's a pleasant surprise to see you here virtually. We were in the same class in Sydney University for a course. Yes. Yeah, later in our PhD year. So hello, Pak Widi. I still remember you. Yeah, it was a pleasant time. So it's quite nostalgic to see you here again.
Thank you.
And to Miss Prayudias Margawati, Bu Prayudias, thank you very much. We've been exchanging email, and it's just a pleasure for me to meet you in person here. And also to Bapak Agung, who were my junior in my undergrad in Bandung, much years, a lot of years later. It's been past years, but it's pleasant to to be here again to see you. And
thank
also
you to have me.
Yep. I should call you Kang Agung perhaps to be locally appropriate. And to the whole committee, who are very enthusiastic and very well prepared for this. So I would like to say thank you for the invite, and it's really a pleasant time for me to be here. And upon discussing the theme with the committee and reflecting on my work, I'm going to talk about teaching writing in EFL classrooms. And I think taking on the theme, we were dealing with local issue, especially bilingualism, and perhaps it's actually multilingualism in our context. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about the context of where I'm going to discuss this bilingual pedagogic practice. We'll be also looking at the principles where the theoretical frameworks are resourced for the practice that I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to deeply talk about the application on the implementation and the findings that I got from the pedagogic practice. Then I'm going to close it with some gains. And much of the research that I'm going to talk about today have been published in several publications. Our moderator, Ibu Novia, has talked about it a little bit, but feel free to have a look at this publication if you are interested in developing genre pedagogy or supporting students for reading and writing bilingually. And I think that's just a bit of introduction, and I'm going to talk about this deeply. Yeah. So let's start with the context. And I think future student teachers and those who are already teaching English in Indonesian context, in particular writing, we've been sharing common challenges so far. Yeah. We've got these curriculum demands, and new curriculum is coming. I know the prototype one, but still, I think the demand for the English writing is the genre-based pedagogy. There are a bit of emphasis in using genre-based pedagogy, in which we need to teach students various text types from recount, description, for example, or argumentative. Aside from the curriculum demands, we also look at how EFL teaching methods, a bit of part and parcel. What I mean by part and parcel is that we want to teach, for example, vocabulary, then there's tendency we want to use grammar and translation method. We want to teach speaking, then we draw on resources of teaching from the communicative language approaches. So those kind of part and parcel, because it's, you know, one side is different from the other, but in reality, when we use language, we want to put it together. We cannot write without reading. We cannot speak without listening. So how do we deal with that? And that actually leads to how language skills are a bit of scattered and a bit of disintegrated. And that's actually one common challenge that we face today. And that results in how students have received or acquired different EFL knowledge. We see that some students could excel and exceed our expectation, but they are also taking more steps, for example, taking non-formal courses or informal courses outside classroom. But the majority of the classes, of the students in the class, usually there are some who are a bit left behind or somewhere in the middle ground. But that actually tells us that there is unequal distribution of knowledge that we've been sharing so far. And that's actually the common challenge we face. Now, I could give you some example, for example, later on, but I'm going to talk about the participants that participated in my intervention program. So these two groups of year 8 students in Bandung, West Java, they are 13 to 15-year-old boys and girls. They learn EFL under genre-based approach, especially for writing, and they're multilingual speakers of Sundanese, Indonesian, and English. And I'm going to highlight the kind of challenges in terms of their writing text production. And feel free to share in the chat box if you are already teaching English and find similar experience. So have a look at this first text that I drew from one of my students. So they were asked to write one of their favorite animal. It's a description text, and you could see this student tried to describe a cat. So if you have a look a little bit, like I have a pet, it is a cat, the color of my cat is white. Every morning I always feed the cat with fish and blah, blah, blah. And the last bit is I'm therefore very happy cats. So it's very short. You will immediately notice that there's some grammatical errors there. And as a teacher, I understand you could resist, I should fix this. I want my students to write better. But have a look at the second example of this text. Sorry. So this is about rabbit. And if you see it, you want to fix this as well. So there's a lot of grammatical error, and the punctuation is just out of place. And you also want to, really help the students. Well, this is reality, I guess. You could also get some reality check if you have a look at the written text that your students produced. You may see good writing, which is good, we should celebrate it. But there are some students, almost the majority of the participants that took part in my research wrote this kind of two texts. And of course, as a teacher, we want to do something to help them improve. Yeah. And for that reason, let's going to visit some principles that we could apply or that has been applied in Indonesia. So I think all of you will be familiar with this diagram. It's the genre-based approach that has been applied, that has been introduced at least for student teachers, especially in English, and actually now in Indonesian and some local language teaching as well. So we've got negotiating field, deconstruction, joint construction, and independent construction of text. And this is drawn from Halliday or systemic functional linguistic tradition. So the claim is that a language-based theory of learning involves 3 dimensions: learning language, learning through language, and learning about language. So all of that is actually revolves around language and how we, as teacher of language, can actually use that for our teaching. And the variety of text types that we have to teach to our students, especially in writing, from anecdote. So maybe in Indonesia, it's more to do with narrative, personal recount, descriptive report or description, procedure, and procedural recount. So it's actually mapped as part of the curriculum genre or the kind of text types they are taught in school. But as far as my research is concerned, what we can see in Indonesia, we adopt this kind of model. We know what they call as BKOF, or building knowledge of the field. So students will be familiarized with the structure and translation of the text, reading various kind of texts, and doing a lot of activities, including listening, speaking, viewing, to help them with the field, and go on to modeling, that is to deconstruct the kind of text and dealing with the grammar. And it's a bit more teacher-oriented because most of the activity that students do are listening and taking notes. Then go on joint construction, which means that students usually learn the genre being learned, and sometimes it is given to group work instead of teacher guiding the whole class. Then go on independent construction. So there is a bit of what I call as recontextualization from the original theoretical framework. And of course, it's valid because we have different contexts. We want to adapt it and adjust it to the context we are dealing here in Indonesia. And I would also like to introduce the latest generation of genre pedagogy, which is called as reading to learn methodology. So the name is a bit misleading, but it's actually the same, genre pedagogy. It's just more reading oriented or text based oriented. We do something with the text that I would explain later on. Yeah. And we want to have full control of this second language as well. So further reinterpretation for holidays would be learning language, learning to get a full control of the L2 or English in this case, and learning through language, or learning to access non-language content or field in the L2, then learning about language, so how we learn that L2 works as a system. So I think that will be a further interpretation. Okay, now a little bit of the reading to learn. You could see that there are 3 layers of concentric cycles, and we could treat this as a choice. So instead of, it's so different from the previous genre pedagogy in which there are 4 stages. These have like 9 stages that we could choose. For example, we could choose to start preparing for reading, which means we identify the context in the model text. Then we could move on to detailed reading to identify the language resources in the model text. So first layer, preparing for reading, then detailed reading. Then we want to move on to another first layer, joint construction. We write a new text together, guided by the teacher. Then we can leave it to the student to individually or independently writing a new text. So this is a set of choices that we could choose if we want to adapt it in our class. A further application for this reading to learn is what we call is the learning exchange. So the basic tenet of this principle is that when we talk to students, we need to prepare the kind of context. We make sure that the students are familiar with the context, or we need to guide them through interactions in the context of shared experience. So this means that teachers should be aware of what they want to say, because teaching basically is a ritual of interactions. We need to know what we say to students that would help them learn the best. Yeah, if you think about it, when we teach, we speak, but what we speak, when we speak it, and how we speak it would actually matter to students. Then there's this move from what we call prepare, focus, evaluate, and elaborate for teachers that we could think of. Yeah. So questions arise, especially for our context, looking at the context and the principles. So first question would be, then how do we teach writing by means of reading? Can we just give the reading text and let students absorb it? Then we will think instantly that the students will, write it, or else. Then how do we involve the role of L1 in teaching L2? So we know that our students have available resources. I mean, Indonesian that we all speak here is an available resources for students. So they learn knowledge at school, at home, in the first language. Then how do we use Indonesian to teach English? The last bit would be, what are the impact to, what is the, a bit of grammatical error here. So what are the impacts to students writing? So this is something that I would like to discuss. Yeah. Now we can go on the applications, how I apply the principles to the context I mentioned. So I'll go back to this reading to learn cycle. So this cycle means that we start by thinking of the text. We need to orient the text, then we could move on to learn which stages we're going to choose. So first, I'm going to choose the text in which it is an English text and Indonesian text about birds. So reports about endangered birds. So the topic is about endangered birds in Indonesia. So it was an interesting topic for the students, and especially because it's to do with science. In their science class, the students need to learn endangered species, or in this case, birds. So that means the text type or the genre that I chose is so it's informing. It's a factual report, so it has to be something more scientific, yeah, description or descriptive text. And in terms of interactions, I'm going to use L1 and L2, or I call it systematic code switching. If you are familiar with the term translanguaging, that's how I would adapt translanguaging here. So we're going to do prepare, focus, task, evaluate, and elaborate by using L1 and L2 systematically. Yeah. Overall, the curriculum and the program and the curriculum that I designed for this intervention was 4 stages. So the first stage is preparing for reading. Its function is to identify the context in the model text. And the activities is we're reading L1 text and the instructions is in L1. So in detailed reading, we identify the language resources in the model text, the same model text that we prepare for reading. And we're reading L1 text and taking notes in L1. The instruction would be L1 to L2. And in joint construction, we write the new text together, guided by the teacher. So we make notes in L2, writing in L2. Then the instructions were involving L1 and L2. And the last bit would be individual construction, where students research and wrote a new text in L2 on their own. So a bit of things that I should highlight here. This stage, from preparing for reading, detailed reading, and joint construction, were held 3 times, which means there are 3 iterations, iterative cycle. So we repeat 3 times. 1 time, each iteration dealt with 1 reading text. So there are 3 reading texts that we are reading and identifying. Sorry. Okay, now those are the brief overview. I'm going to go on to each of the stage, which means it will be the implementation of the intervention. Yeah, so let's start with preparing for reading. In preparing for reading, teacher unpacking the purpose of the text, explain what the text is about, and reading the text aloud. The teacher used L1. So what we do here, we did it very briefly for preparing for reading. Imagine when you're reading something, reading a model text, which means that's a good high stakes text. So you have to, so it is unfamiliar for the student. So they don't know what the text is about, and the teacher should unpack it. And beyond text is context, which means there's some cultural content that is unfamiliar, that might be really foreign for the student. So it's the job for the teacher to unpack what the text is about, how many paragraphs it has, what it is about, and then model it by reading the text aloud. And during this stage, teacher used L1. Yeah, so these are the kind of texts we're reading. So in the first iteration, we used reading text in Indonesian. Then in the last iteration, we use reading text in English. These are I think I drew that from an encyclopedia, and this is about a bird, an endangered bird from Australia. Yeah. And then preparing for reading was held very briefly. So detailed reading was quite lengthy. The activities that we did in detailed reading is to do with building up knowledge of the field by unpacking the reading text, and teacher guided students to find key information in the text. So in terms of instruction, we use a lot of L1 in the beginning for the interactions, and L2 is introduced. And later in iteration 3, at the last iteration where L2 is used, where L2 text is used, English is used more to begin and elaborate interactions. Yeah. So this is what preparing for reading looks like. So I was leading to identify the text, and students, all of them have their own text and highlighting. So it's kind of intermodal, I would say, which means that they're looking at the pictures of the bird and they're looking at the reading text. They highlight and read the text. Then sometime we need to elaborate the answer and writing up on the board. And basically students answering the questions that are prepared by the teacher. In first and second iteration, this is what the instruction look like. So I will begin with Indonesian that I used red font here. So we got onto the reading text sentence by sentence. And we are trying to identify the name, the Latin name or the scientific name of the bird. So I use Indonesian, then evaluate them or affirm them in English. So this is the first time I use English, that is to confirm or praise the student because they correctly answer the question. But later in iteration 3, you could see that I start with English before going to before using Indonesian, then English again, and using English again. So I think what I would like to show you is the gradual shift that I built. So first and second iteration I started with L1, then L2, then in the last iteration I use more L2. So in joint construction, what we do here is the list of activities. So we rebuild up a knowledge from the field. So that means we learn a lot of key information. We draw a lot of keywords and key information from detailed reading. We accumulate that and we try to rebuild that. So through reconstructing a new joint text. Teacher guide the students to transfer notes from the reading text to the board. So remember, we highlighted notes from the reading text. So we transfer it to the board, and teacher guided the students to jointly rewriting a text from the notes. And the instruction or the languages that I use there, still L1 is used to assist students in constructing sentences in L2, but in iteration 2, L2 is more to construe L2 sentences. So I'll give you a little bit of what joint construction look like. So you could see there are two boards here, and there is one student who is the scribe, which means, sekretaris kelas, if we would know that, if we, what we know in our common language in class. We called her the scribe. We take turn to appoint the scribe. I usually appointed the student who are most struggling in terms of, spelling to be the scribe. So there will be a scribe who will actually copy the notes from the text. But aside from the scribe who wrote in this note-making board, there is a reciter, which means that somebody from the class members, will help how to write it for the scribe. Yeah. So, and you can also see the note-making board here. First, I use L1 because it's from L1 text, then transfer it into L2. Then we write into English, all in joint rewriting board. Then students, while the scribe is writing or taking turn, discussing and copying the text on the board. Yeah, this is the kind of instruction that I applied during joint construction. So I start with Indonesian, and students started to propose sentences in English. So like, now listen, in the next sentence, now we talk about the genus and the species, what Ninox is, what Eos is. And student proposed Ninox is the genus, Eos is the species. So you could see when I started in Indonesian, the student proposed it in English because they are prepared. And the other thing for joint construction, especially when we dealt with the English text, is that there's still the role of the scribe will be the scribe, joint rewriting board and note-making board. But the difference would be in the note-making board, it is directly in English. Yeah, so we just transfer the key notes, keywords in English into the joint rewriting board to write English text. Then students discussing and copying the text on the board, all together. Yeah, you could also see here that I start using Indonesian, but the student would propose sentences in English. So if you know that your students already use English confidently, now you could interact in English. Yeah. So what would be the gain? So it looks long and complicated, but what could we gain from all of this? Yeah. So I'll give you some time in a moment to think about this. I will also show the kind of results that we got. So in terms of writing development, we could see some significant results in both context and language. So the first thing that we could see is the fulfillment of genre stages, yeah? Understanding of top and aside from fulfillment of genre stages, we could also see that the students seem to understand the topic being written. You'll see appropriate vocabulary and also control of our grammar. And the other thing would be, you could see improvement on spelling and punctuation. What I would like to demonstrate now is to see here again. So you still remember about the students writing this text, right? So you could give an impression it's short, it's not that much, but this is the result of the intervention program. You could see the difference here. So Monarcha buonensis, the scientific name. So you could see that the students wrote longer texts using paragraphing, so different from this, which is only one paragraph, only talking about cat in a general sense. But this one, you could see how the student expanded the repertoire of written texts using 3 paragraphs. And you could also check how the vocabulary has expanded. You'll see the previous one, we talked about cat and pet, just wide in the habits. But for now, the student talk about scientific name, black-chin monarch, genus, species, and quite a very descriptive thing. So Monarcha buonensis, 16 centimeters long, endemic in Buano, South Maluku, for example, and local distribution. So you could see it's just the handwritten version of the of the post program. Yeah, you could also see now the rabbits. Rabbits are tame animals. It's like to eat carrots. It can jump up and down. It's our cute animal. You'll see the student did not use correct punctuation. Some typical of grammatical error here and there. I think you'll be a bit surprised when you see how the students wrote about Turnix everetti, a kind of species that I did not even know. I think the student knows better. You'll see how he expanded his written text repertoire. He now employed the use of scientific name of Sumba button quail. Turnix is the genus and everetti is the species. And you could see that the students also use good spelling in this sense. And I think that's kind of the kind of improvement or gaining that I would like to say. Yeah. Okay, so aside from writing development, there's also reported that some sort of spoken development. So it's not just how they produce the written text or how this individual construction has taken place by their own writing and research. They also did a lot of development in terms of speaking. So you could see the dynamic in the class when we did joint construction and detailed reading. They would propose words and sentences in English, but it's not just that, but it's some sort of realization or awareness that they made, that they did to perform, that they could do not just written development, but also spoken development. So, oh, sorry, I think I accidentally, I'm sorry, hang on a moment. Okay. I accidentally hit the stop share. Yeah, it's good again, I think. You could see the screen again. Yeah. So in terms of speaking development, I would also like to highlight how they emerged some patterns of learning L2. So we want our students to be successful, not just in terms of in one area of skills. So it's writing. It was a writing intervention program, but I could see some speaking development as well. So they emerge patterns of learning L2, and they also indicate an increase of confidence in using L2. So let me show you how actually they learn new L2 words. Yeah. So during our class session, I would model how to pronounce Nicetus bartelsi. So it's quite big words, scientific words, and students would repeat it. So Nicetus bartelsi, okay. Then I would confirm it. Good, that's very good. And this kind of patterning was carried out by the students. What they did is that every time I would say something, they could repeat it. For example, if I say something, new words like brilliant, and they know it's new words, they would rehearse it through pronouncing that word like brilliant. So every time I produce, or teachers produce new words that they have not heard, they would rehearse it, which means that they realize it's a new word that they want to do. So they kind of rehearsing these new L2 words, yeah? And they use L2 more, which is interesting in the sense that, because I do not want to push the students to use L2 more, I want to model it, and I want them to a bit of reflecting and use it correctly, but they have this, I think they have this intrinsic kind of learning that they want to produce it. So when I discuss something like purple crown, only the male has the purple crown, then what about the female? Student would respond in something like doesn't have. Yes, doesn't have. So you can say the female doesn't have the purple crown. So this is kind of the emerging pattern, and they would use L2 more throughout the session. Yeah. So what do we learn today so far? First, I would like to return to the original questions that I raised in the beginning. So how do we teach writing? By means of reading. Can we do that? Yes, I would say so, because the foundation is writing, is reading. But the question would be the kind of reading that what we do to teach writing. So I would say we should use a model text and identify keywords from the text. This would be appropriate because we're dealing with factual reports. So the kind of texts that are to do with factual information, we want to keep the same information. But what we do is to manipulate the grammar. We change the structure of the sentence. The stories would be different if we adopt the kind of narrative, for example. What we want to do is to adopt the kind of structure of the narrative or recount, for example, then we will fill in the new topic or new knowledge. Yeah. So we use a model text and identify keywords from the text. That's how we teach writing by means of reading. Secondly, so how do we involve the role of L1 in teaching L2? I would say we would begin with L1. Then we provide the equivalence to L2, one move at a time. So this is to do with when and where we could use L1 and L2. We should begin with L1. This is something that this is the language that students are familiar. If we use L2, I don't think it would be productive, but as far as my research is concerned, I begin with L2, then provided the equivalence or the translation in L2, one move at a time. So some sort of constant awareness from the teacher to know when and where to use L1 before using L2. The lastly would be, what are the impacts to students' writing? I'd say that there are some significant progress in terms of genre fulfillment, discourse, and grammar. So I think this is important because if you could see some of you, and there's this debate as well in our literature saying that we should use L2 only so we could give maximum exposure to our students. But at least in my research and some other research, especially those who are in translanguaging movement, there is actually value in using L1. And what I did in this intervention program is not just using L1 in terms of interactions, but also L1 in terms of the source text of the model text. Yeah, but we need to also pay attention on the kind of grammar, the kind of genre that are being taken what they're being paid attention to, and that would make quite a slight adjustment to that. So bilingual text-based program, especially we want to adopt genre pedagogy for teaching EFL writing is possible. It is possible, and I would like to encourage you to think about, adopting L1, not to be afraid of using L1 as a resource. But of course, we need to apply the kind of principles that we need to use. Be careful with the principles, be careful of how we are dealing with that, be careful with the kind of interactions we plan. But really, bilingual genre pedagogy is possible for teaching EFL writing. Okay. So I think that would be the end of my presentation, actually. So thank you so much. And these are just like the references that I'm using. Some of them are available online. If you're interested in my research, could download them for free. And I will welcome you for more discussion and question and answer. So thank you very much. And I'll give it to Ibu Novia for now.
Well, okay, Ibu Dr. Harni. That's a very insightful and challenging perspectives for the student, teacher, and all the participants here. Well, actually, you still have 5 more minutes, but that will be used for the question and answer and discussions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, you may ask questions. You can write in the chat box, or if you want to deliver the questions directly to Ibu Dr. Harni, you also can show the raise hands emoticons. Are there any participants who would like to deliver the questions? Okay. Let them think first, Ibu Harni.
See, too much. I guess too much info in one go.
Oke, Pak Widi. Silakan Pak Widi langsung saja dengan kawan lama.
Oke, thank you Bu Novi. Thank you Bu Harni ya. Kata nggak enak kalau saya panggil Bu Harni ya, biasa panggil Mbak Harni ya. Okay, Mbak Harni, it's a very interesting and very insightful presentation, especially in teaching genre-based pedagogy in writing, especially for, I can say, is it middle level class, or what we call it?
Junior high, so year 7.
Yeah, junior high students, yeah.
Middle year, yeah.
I think the use of L1 is still what is it? What I want to say, thank you. What I want to say is that in our context, because we are teaching in S1 degree, sometimes we are we have to use English, mostly English, especially for S1 degree. So sometimes even the practice is a bit different. Barney, what's your suggestion, especially when we are in English department, especially, and we try to move from traditional grammar to this kind of genre-based pedagogy. Thank you, Barney.
Okay, so I understand the kind of debate revolves around the use of L1 and L2, and L2 only. So of course, we want to give the best environment or linguistic ecology for the students to learn English. But I think what we could think about carefully here is that we have the same goal here. We want them to be fluent in English, both in speaking and writing. But my question would be, is it productive to constantly keep using L2 the whole year, for the whole semester? And what will be the result? Is there any increase or progress that the students, could be indicated? I think that should be given to research. So if the results are good, you could keep using L2. I think the kind of question that I would like to raise here is that if the students, especially the majority of them, are not fluent in English, and we should actually admit that some students are afraid or intimidated by the use of English, my question would be, would they learn something when the teacher keep using English? Okay, we want to give them a model, we want to give them exposure, but is it the right kind of exposure? Because I think language is not sort of nuclear radiation in which you are exposed, you will get infected. Some sort of COVID, perhaps. If you're exposed, you'll get COVID. Yeah, this is language, something that we already have competency, especially for undergrad students. They're mature students. So they have competencies in conversation in Indonesian and in Javanese. So if you're exposing them English, is it productive or not? So what I would like to raise here is that it's a possibility, it's a potential choice. If you think that exposing them to L2 only is not productive, at least from the results of their scores, for example, then you could think of the alternative of using L1. But by using L1, it should be carefully used, which means systematized. So we want to do it gradually. That's what I did in the classroom. Firstly, use L1, but the full realization that it is modeled. Yeah. Especially, I know, Pak Widi, when we talk in Sydney, you use a lot of metaphors. Yeah. But imagine the students learning English metaphor, they wouldn't know what you say. So they might be quiet and they may not be active in class. So that's what I'm concerned. But if you think that L2 and it's been proven it's good, you keep using that. So L1 should be considered as alternative instead of antagonizing. So don't use L1 at all, something like that. I think,
Okay, thank you, Barney. Okay, I think I should motivate my students. You have to ask Dr. Harni because she is one of students from Jim Martin. Yeah, Jim Martin is the prophet of younger race. Yeah, one of them. Okay,
prophet. You were in the same class when we did system network. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Barney. Thank you, Bu Novi.
Ya, jadi satu perguruan ya, Pak Widi dan Mbak Harni.
Aliran persilatan mungkin ya.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak Widi, for the questions and Bu Harni for the answer. Now we go to the next questions. There are 3 questions from Raka Nadif and Atik Kotrunada. Okay, the first is from Raka Nadif. He asked about the teaching method that Ibu Harni just presented. Based on the teaching method, how can we maintain our consistency of the students? Okay, and so, this is almost the same with the Atik Kotronada. Yeah. Can we bring a result based on that teaching method, which students can feel the difference by their own self? I think Raka and Atik Kotronada has almost the same questions. Before we go to the next questions, would you answer that questions, Ibu Harni?
Yes, absolutely. So if I understand the questions, so please help me out here, or if you want to speak directly, I'm just afraid of misinterpreting the question. So the teaching method, I would not say it's just a teaching method, because I think in EFL, when we talk about teaching method, we learn grammar translation, we learn communicative language competence, we learn TPR or no, not TPR, something like physical response, feedback or something like that. It seems to be a bit segregated. So it addresses only one particular skill. So I think what I would like to say is, instead of method, what I try to apply here is called pedagogy or methodology, which means it thinks about how is it taught, how is it applied, and really considers what the application. And the method or methodology that I was using is called reading to learn methodology. You could Google it, Reading to Learn by David Rose. It is informed by a robust linguistic model, which means that theory is created for teaching language. Yeah. If you think about maintaining consistency, or feel how students can feel the difference, so I think I could share a bit of anecdote. What we could see here is that I try to do it stage by stage. So in each stage, there's function. So similar to when we learn text type. So when we learn recount, for example, or when we talk about report or descriptions, we know that the first stage is identification, second stage is descriptions, or how we describe a particular thing or place. Yeah, so similar to that, we think about it for teaching. So in teaching, we have different stages. So we chose, for example, in this case, preparing for reading, detailed reading, joint construction. So in those three stages, we already plan what we do. We have a purpose for each, and then we think about how I say that, how I build interaction for that stage. So if my own experience my own fellow or friends or colleagues who are adopting reading to learn methodology, it's easier because there's a set of principles that they could think about. So what we do in preparing for reading, what we do in detailed reading, and the function is the same, the activity is the same. What matters is the different texts that are used as a model text. And because it's kind of repetitive, or not just repetitive, it's a sort of ritual, the students is easy to follow. Yeah, so I think students appreciate consistency when we deliver teaching. So they want to have this some sort of what is it? Not just consistency, but something that they could predict. Yeah, so they know that students would start with preparing for reading, and then detailed reading, then joint construction. At least the result of the interview and some other result that I have not reported, that I did not report here, but in some other papers report that students enjoy these activities and they could also transfer it to other fields. So whenever they learn report, for example, but they could learn that each text is different, they need to be aware of the kind of stages that are part of the texts that are supposed to be written, and then they could adopt it. One teacher actually reported that after learning under reading to learn, and then the next session, they could create another text better compared to other friends or the other classes who are not under reading to learn. So I'm not sure if it's the kind of answer that the participants are looking for. So feel free to add some points or clarify. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Ibu Dr. Harni. Well, I think it's clear enough. So Ibu Harni has mentioned her paper about the reading to learn methodology, which has some principal stages, and those principal stages can maintain the students' consistency. So I think that's insightful, although it is challenging. So the student teacher can later on have a kind of research on that. So I think Raka and Ati, it's answer your questions. Yes, thank you, Bu Harni. Now we go to the questions from Ibu Sriwuli Fitriati. I think you also know her, Bu Harni, Bu Sriwuli Fitriati. Okay.
Hello, Bu Sriwuli.
Yeah. Do you want to ask questions directly to Ibu Harni, Bu Wuli? Okay, I will read the questions. The sample text from the students at first were descriptive, namely pet cat. Then they wrote their text that belonged to report. Would you mind explaining about this, please?
Okay, so I think this is to do with the kind of mapping or the genre mapping. Both descriptive and report belong to the same family genre, or rumpunnya sama ya, same family genre, which means it's informing or factual genre. We need to write something based on facts, not imagination, for example, like narrative. So there is a bit of debate here. Originally in English context, especially in Australian context, they would not use descriptive as the name of a genre. They would call it descriptive report. I think when it comes to Indonesia, it is adopted to description, because we have the needs to be able to write about a place, describe a place, a thing, or person or character. In the Australian context, when you talk about descriptive or report, we could we could think about literary description, which means that it's embedded or integrated in a novel. For example, we want to introduce a character, we would describe this person. For example, the person is a witch or a zombie, then we would have to write what is it, how it looks like. Yeah, but then in our context, in EFL context, description is used to describe a person, for example, a teacher. Yeah, so it's a bit of different, or I would call it recontextualization of the kind of genres needed. So in my research or in my program that I talked about, I tried to negotiate a middle ground. So the teacher back then talk about descriptive report, a pet cat, yeah, but then I move on to help them to improve their vocabulary. So whenever they talk about pet cat, you talk about the pet in an endearing way, a bit of subjectivity involved there, but we want the students to be more writing more about something, writing more about factual information. So that's why I try to integrate descriptive report about endangered bird species. Yeah, so it's a kind of middle ground from how EFL, especially in Indonesian context, perceive text types and how it is actually mapped in the English culture. But one thing for sure, so when we think about text type, we want to write something that is understood by the English culture. Yeah, so whenever it is, excuse me, whenever it is mapped, there's this kind of report, descriptive report, or where does the text appear. So I think it's important when we use a model text, whatever the name is actually, I don't mind the name would be description or descriptive, but the main goal should be when we teach students to write a description or descriptive report, it is something that would be understood in the context of English culture. So I hope that answer your question, Ibu Wuli.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Harni. I think that's also clear enough, very informative. So what we call recontextualizing genre, it's also kind of an insightful and informative for me. Yeah. Well, we go to the next questions. Bu Zulfa, maybe you also know Bu Zulfa, Mbak Harni. Yeah. I agree with your concern on the importance of multilingual reinstantiation in teaching English, rather than merely using L2, which can be intimidating sometimes. My question is there any strategies or boundaries to differentiate which use what language throughout the classroom interaction?
Okay, so Ibu Zulfa raised a concern, I think, about when and where we could use L1 and L2. So what I did here is today to provide alternative. I would say I would use Indonesian first so that it reduces students' anxiety or to be associated with what students have. So I think the concern about this multilingual reinstantiation is that we need to do it gradually. I would start with L1 and then before it ends up in full L2. And I think with the kind of interactions, what we need to do is to create a pattern of interaction so that students can be familiar with the kind of language that is used. So one thing that is important here, I think most of the teachers, they are fluent in English. Yeah, so I was teasing Pak Widi because he was using the kind of metaphor when we spoke back then in our good old Sydney day, Pak Widi. But when we return to our classroom, sometimes we forgot that some of them starting to learn from zero. So I think if you're teaching in public schools, some of them started learning English in junior high school. So that means that they have competence in L1 and L2, for example, Indonesian and Javanese, but English is totally foreign. So start with something that is familiar with the student. I would welcome research actually to start using Javanese, Bahasa Jawa first, and then Indonesian, then English. It's under research to use that trilingual pedagogy. So I think I would welcome Ibu Zulfa to start researching on that, and we could, have a very productive research on that area. But the thing is, you need to create a model of patterns of interactions. You might be surprised, but some research actually say students will think that everything that the teachers say in classroom is part of learning. Yeah. So when you are modeling the students, like what I did, for example, so that's one alternative. I use L1 and then I use L2. So if I ask student something to do with the text, I use L1 and then use L2, like the exact same expression. Then move the next session when I ask the question, the same question that I did yesterday, but in English, they would be familiar because they're familiar with the pattern of interaction. So I would suggest use something familiar with the student first to create a model of interaction, a patterns of interactions that you could use. Then you will be surprised that the students would actually pick it up pretty quickly and they would use L2 more. So I think that's basically based on the research that I did, but I'm actually waiting if Ibu Zulfa is concerning with other kind of strategies. Because, strategies are set of choices and I could propose one strategy and there would be some other strategy that would be great to be modeled, really. Yeah, so it's a never-ending research question and I could only give you one alternative for that, Bu Zulfa. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Ibu Harni. It is also very clear answer. So creating a pattern of interaction. Okay, noted that. So using L1 and using L2, that's very interesting. So I think it's already 10 o'clock, more than 10 o'clock. I'm sorry for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's Ibu Dr. Harni's presentation. I do believe that it gives beneficial perspectives for all student, teacher, and all Bapak Ibu in this conference. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Harni. Hope to see you again next time. Yeah. Okay, and hope you are still healthy. Thank you very much. Okay, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll give it back to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Dr. Harni Karnikaningsih on teaching writing in EFL classroom. Thank you very much, Dr. Harni. This is the certificate for Dr. Harni Karnikaningsih. I would also like to say thank you very much for Ibu Novia, who has guided the discussion session.
Thank you.
We will soon proceed to the parallel session, but before that, let me remind all of the participants and presenters of the house rules that you may find on your computer screen as well as the program book.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Harni atas semuanya.
Terima kasih Pak Widi, terima kasih kepada teman-teman.
Mungkin nanti ada kolaborasi dengan teman-teman ya Bu Harni ya.
Yeah, I would like to do that. It would be great. Ibu Wuli
ya Bu Wuli, Bu Zulfa tertarik sekali. Insya Allah nanti kita bisa kolaborasi bersama Bu.
Yeah,
I just forgot. Let's give applause to Ibu Harni. Reactions maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Just give applause. Thank you very much, Bu Harni.
Yeah.
Just forgot it.
Thank you, Bu Novia.
Sama-sama.
As you can see on your screen, this is the house rule. Now, please refer to the grouping that the committee has made to find in which room and parallel session you are assigned to. You may also find it in the program book. All of the presenters, If you already find in which room and session you belong to, you may go directly to the room. Just a reminder, the main room is used as room 1. Room 2 can be found in the breakout room. Participants can choose which room they are interested to enter. After finishing the 2 parallel sessions, there will be break time at 10 p.m. until 1 p.m. All participants and presenters are expected to come back to the main room at 1 p.m. to join the second plenary session with Dr. Josina van der Ploeg. There is a change of plan, ladies and gentlemen. All of the rooms can be found in the breakout room. For all the participants who are still in the main room, please join the parallel sessions by choosing one of the breakout rooms. Let me remind you all again, for all the participants who are still in the main room, please join the parallel session by choosing one of the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Halo, ngomong tuh.
Oh. You will hear an introduction for students to a university campus. You have 30 seconds to look at questions 11 to 16.
Selamat siang Mbak Yani.
Selamat siang Bapak, matur nuwun telah rawuh.
Ya sudah kan, belum kan masih nunggu. Ya.
Ini kami masih menunggu
iya.
Dr. Clock
Right.
join, sekaligus juga beberapa peserta yang saat ini masih berada di periode break ya Pak. Nanti harapannya sudah mulai masuk ke ruangan.
Itu spellingnya apa? Dr. Josina van der Klok ya?
Iya, Josina
van der Klok ya.
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 Fitriana.
Ini pesertanya dari mahasiswa semester berapa yang presentasi?
Bervariasi Pak.
Ya. Oke. Kemarin yang ada kelas proposal writing udah tak tawari sih, cuman nggak tahu ada yang ikut nggak ya?
Oh.
Iya.
Kebetulan tadi ada beberapa presenter yang juga merupakan mahasiswa semester akhir di UNNES Pak, semester 7.
Oh iya.
Mau masuk ke semester berapa? 7 ya bener kalau.
Oh iya. Kalau ini nanti sesi yang kedua selesai jam berapa?
Jadi nanti kan akan dimulai pukul 13 ya Pak. Nanti Q&A session itu akan berakhir pukul 13.50.
13.50.
Ya, jadi Bapak nanti memandu presentasinya Mbak Josina itu selama 40 menit, kemudian 10 menit itu untuk tanya jawab.
Oke. Terus setelah itu, pokoknya saya selesai sampai Q&A ya, saya selesai sampai Q&A ya. Setelah itu saya boleh keluarkan, boleh leave ya.
Iya Pak, boleh.
Ya.
Ya.
Untuk waktu untuk Dr. Josina berapa menit untuk presentasi?
Ya, 40 menit Pak. Jadi
40 menit.
Ya.
Mungkin beliau akan membaca PPT-nya itu toh, PPT yang di
PPT-nya sudah.
Ya sudah. Ya.
PPT-nya sudah siap Pak. Nanti Dr. Josina yang akan presentasi.
Iya. Enggak, maksudnya kalau ada PPT kan lebih cepat gitu kan daripada kita bicara tanpa teks kan kadang waktunya lebih lama, kadang lebih. Iya betul. Jadi maksudnya dengan teksnya ada itunya.
Iya, kemarin CV-nya juga sudah kami berikan juga.
Sudah saya print, ini saya print. Cuma nanti saya bacanya nggak nyebutin karya-karya beliau ya.
Kenapa Pak? Mohon maaf.
Saya nggak perlu nyebutin karya-karya beliau ya karena kelamaan ya kan.
Iya, mungkin 1 atau 2 karya saja.
Atau mungkin sebentar. Saya kayaknya sih. Nah, yang karya tuh mana sih, publication kali ya?
Ya, mungkin yang berhubungan sama Semarang, Pak, atau yang.
Oh, gitu ya.
Ya, karena beberapa penelitiannya.
Ya. Ini mah topiknya hari ini juga tentang Jawa itu, bahasa Jawa.
Ya.
Ya
Jadi
kan?
perbandingan apa ya tadi namanya itu? Semantik apa di 4 kota?
Betul. Di apa itu namanya, Pak?
Semarang.
Dialectical Variation ya.
Ya.
Di Semarang, Jawa Tengah sama Jawa Timur kan, Semarang.
Iya, Pak, leres.
Itu malah kita orang Jawa malah nggak pernah.
Iya, Pak.
Malah orang Jerman yang memperhatikan bahasa Jawa itu.
Iya.
Kita ya itu kadang kita saling kita orang Indonesia cenderung menulis sastra asing kita English lit gitu kan. Sementara orang asing nulis bahasa Jawa gitu. Ya nggak apa-apa sih, malah saling tuker ya, exchange gitu.
Harus Pak.
Iya. Ini mungkin saya baca publication aja yang tahun 2021 ya. 2021.
Ya, yang mungkin terbaru, tidak perlu semuanya Pak.
Ya, 2021 sama 2020 ini ada tentang Javanese lagi nih ya. Teori. Oh mungkin yang ini ya mau. Terus kalau banyak sekali kegiatannya ya, sebagai reviewer, sebagai wow ya, banyak sekali ya.
Sekarang beliau postdoktoral di Humboldt University of Berlin. Sebelumnya di University of Oslo.
Oke. Beliau kok yang tahu kontak person beliau siapa kok? Ada
saya Pak kemarin.
Oh, Mbak Yani.
Iya, Nje Pak.
Oh, beliau pernah datang ke itu ya, UNY ya?
Iya, dulu waktu mudanya waktu S2-nya sempat kuliah di UNY, Pak.
Oh ya,
Bukan kuliah sih, tapi belajar bahasa dan budaya Indonesia.
Oh, oke. Berarti bahasa Indonesia udah lancar ya?
Bahasa Jawanya, Pak.
Waduh, malah kita malu, jadi malu ya. Jadi malu nih ya. Jadi tapi nanti saya tetap introducing pakai English ya.
Ya,
ya.
Kalau untuk menyapa ya bisa. Piye kabare, Mbak? Karena bahasa Jawanya Jawa Ngoko.
Ya. Jawa Ngoko.
Iya.
Jawa Medok gitu.
Ngoko. Yang kan ada apa tuh kromo inggil Ngoko, itu yang Ngoko.
Oh, yang Ngoko. Oh, oke. Itu udah tahu ya Jawa Ngoko. Lucu ya. Lucu. Baru tahu. Ya, tapi ya memang banyak sih orang-orang asing yang saya kemarin ada kelas filsafat itu ada juga namanya Peter Carey ya.
Oh, Pak Peter Carey. Ya,
tahu kan
meneliti di Diponegoro kan ya, Pak?
Iya lah itu Pangeran Diponegoro.
Iya.
Bahasa Indonesia juga ada. Wow, udah lancar.
Ya, beliau nikah dengan orang Indonesia juga, Pak, soalnya.
Oh, nah tinggalnya di sini di Indonesia.
Di Indonesia, iya.
Oh, oke. Tapi dari Oxford University itu.
Iya, leres.
Dari Oxford. Iya. Oh, ya. Beliau mah pengetahuannya banyak ya tentang Pangeran Diponegoro.
Bahasa Jawanya juga.
Iya. Kita mah nggak tahu apa-apa tentang Pangeran Diponegoro itu siapa, gitu. Maksudnya sejarahnya gimana gitu, malah beliau tahu.
Bapak, nuwun sewu, ini saya mau memanggil MC-nya dulu nih, Pak.
Oh, oke, silakan ya.
Baik.
Halo Pak Hendrikus.
Halo Pak Widi, selamat siang.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang Pak Widi. Ya.
Ini di rumah atau di mana Pak Hendrikus?
Di rumah ya.
Oh iya.
Saya ke kampus tapi tetap presensi Pak Widi. Setelah kemarin kan ini udah minggu terakhir kan kuliah udah selesai. Jadi 16 kali dengan final exam kan, nggak apa-apa tuh final exam 16 kali ya.
Iya, nggak apa-apa Pak.
Ya. Jadi minggu depan deh. Ya, tinggal ngoreksi waktu.
Oke.
Paling repot ya Pak ya, pekerjaan koreksi itu sampai kewalahan gitu Pak. Waktunya ya. Belum lagi mau bikin paper itu loh Pak.
Oke,
terima.
Apa Pak? Yang mana? Untuk yang mana Pak?
Di Undip. Ininya hilangin dong. Di Undip Pak Widi.
Oh iya. Ya moga Pak.
Admit ya.
Sukses selalu ya Pak Hendrikus ya.
Nah nanti sama ngajak Pak Anam, Mas Anam ya.
Oh iya.
Kolaborasi ya. Kita nanti.
Oh, ini yang aneh ini.
Iya Mas.
Ini yang aneh. Udah masuk.
Ini ada Pak Ikhwan, ada tadi saya lihat Pak Arif juga tadi. Kelihatannya ada di sini semua.
Halo Mbak Josina.
Manggilnya Mbak Josina. saya ikut-ikutan Mbak Josina gitu ya.
Iya kabarnya? Oke. But you're still muted?
Baik.
Oke.
Oh, yang waiting room ini.
Nice to see you, Bu Sri.
Okay, nice to see you too, Mbak. Dr. Josina. Finally, I can meet you again. The last time you came to Indonesia, I guess 3 or 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. You met with Dayu?
2019, I think. Oh, but yeah, before I met with Dayu. Yes. Yeah. How is she doing?
Oh, she's doing great.
Ini hilang ini.
Hilang, ya mungkin. Oke. Kenapa? Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. You are accidentally put into the waiting room, but then now you're back.
Yes.
So welcome to UNNES, Mbak Josina. Here we have Dr. Widianto as our head of the department.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to UNNES, Miss Josina van der Klok. How can I call you, Miss Klok? Or
I go by Vanderklok.
Van der Klok. Okay.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
And we also have Dr. Hendrikus. He will be your moderator for today's plenary session.
Okay,
Hi,
great.
good morning. Good morning,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Van der Klok.
Yeah,
Nice to
selamat
see
siang.
you.
Yeah.
Selamat siang. Selamat siang.
I heard that you can speak Javanese, Miss Van der Klok.
Iso sedikit.
Okay. Saya,
Yeah.
saya sangat nih kok.
Sudah lama saya nggak ke Indonesia, jadi nggak praktek bahasa.
Sudah sedikit lupa ya.
Iya, saya harus ke Indonesia lagi.
Iya.
Harus praktek lagi.
Iya.
Yeah.
We can collaborate actually with our university if you something like this occasion is very helpful, I think, to practice your Indonesian and also for us to practice English.
Oh yes, that would be a good exchange.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
So today is the student conference.
Yeah, it's a student conference. Yeah.
Is it part of the diploma to be a part of one of these conferences?
It's just not a part of diploma. It's a program for undergrad students to have this kind of seminar.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good experience.
Yeah, we usually invited speakers. Yeah, I think once we invited from American University. I forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we have you and Dr. Harni from Universitas Indonesia.
Yes. It was too bad the timing wasn't right to.
Okay.
But I hope her talk went well.
Okay. Yeah, Buyani, it's already 1 o'clock, I think. Yeah, sharp, 1 o'clock sharp.
Okay, shall we start? So I will ask the Master of Ceremony.
Welcome back to the second plenary session of the 5th UNNES Student Conference. I would like to welcome Dr. Josina van der Klok from the Humboldt University of Berlin for joining us this afternoon. Accompanying Dr. van der Klok today is Dr. Hendrikus Joko Yulianto. Dr. Yulianto is an assistant professor at the English Department of UNNES. His research interests cover various topics like post-war American poetics, environmental humanities, eco-poetics, animal poetics, and digital poetics. Dr. Yulianto, the time is now completely yours.
Thank you for the MC. Good afternoon, everyone, dear students and colleagues. Good morning, Dr. Josina van der Klok. I'm Hendrikus Yulianto, and this is a very honorable and great pleasure to all of us to have Dr. Josina be able to give a lecture to all of us in this special event, the 5th UNNES Students Conference. As we can see, the topic of this year conference is so fabulous, investing in languages, education, and culture by exploring local values. As we know, language, especially English, keeps evolving along with the progressing science and technology as parts of human culture. Certainly, English, as well as other languages, including native languages, especially Javanese, have shown many changes because of the impacts of digital technology. Well, before listening to Dr. Josina's lecture and talk, let me briefly introduce her to all of you. So Dr. Josina van der Klok is a professor in Department of German Studies and Linguistics at Humboldt University of Berlin, Germany. She got her PhD in linguistics at McGill University, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. In her academic career, she has conducted appointments, written a great number of publications in various scholarly journals, book chapters, as well as in conference proceedings. Not to mention her lectures and talks in other academic forums in various universities in Europe and abroad. Today, Dr. van der Klok is going to present her paper, her talk, her lecture entitled Cross-Dialectical Variation of Javanese Particles in Yes or No Questions. This is really special, yeah, and honorable to all of us, yeah, that Dr. Josina has conducted research on Javanese dialects. In the midst of this present global culture, native languages, especially Javanese, might have been neglected, yeah, Dr. van der Klok, yeah, especially by a young generation, yeah. So Dr. Josina talk will be very valuable to encourage all of us to love and keep using our native languages, Javanese, in our daily conversation. Well, dear audience, without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Josina van der Klok. Dr. Josina, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yulianto, for the very nice introduction. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Bu Sri Sumaryani for the invitation and as well as the UNNES Rector, Pak Widianto. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you to the MC and all the participants. I look forward to hearing your comments and suggestions and questions. So I'm going to just share the screen. And can you give me a thumbs up that you can hear me on my microphone here? Good, okay. So I'll just find the document. Okay. And then put it full screen. Okay, so as Dr. Yulianto mentioned, I'll be talking about some of my ongoing work on cross-dialectal variation of Javanese particles in yes-no questions today. And this is ongoing work, so I especially welcome your comments and questions following this. So let me introduce. So a number of particles in standard Javanese occur in yes-no questions. And this is illustrated in 1. So we have opo in 1a, and here I've provided the Indonesian translations from the Javanese grammar book by Wediwati et al. And here you can see it's translated by apakah in Indonesian. In 1b, you have ra and ta, or to, excuse me. And interestingly, both of these are translated by kan. And in 1c, you have ya. In another grammar written in Dutch by Arps et al. 2000, here these particles are described for standard Javanese. Opo signals a yes-no question, so it seems to indicate a neutral yes-no question. To invites agreement or requests an answer. Ra invites affirmation from the interlocutor or the hearer. And ya or ya requests affirmation or rejection. So asking the interlocutor to respond. Where's my cursor? Here we go. However, not so much is known about these particles in yes-no questions in other Javanese varieties. So today, the goals of this talk are to document and describe some of the particles used in yes/no questions, focusing on the low Javanese speech level, ngoko, and in specifically taking a dialectal comparative approach. So the varieties of Javanese that I will focus on today are the varieties spoken in the city of Semarang in Central Java, in Weru and Blingbing, villages in Lamongan, and Montong village in Tuban Regency. And both of these, or these last three villages, are in East Java. And so this builds on my initial research on yes/no questions as spoken in the variety of Javanese spoken in the village of Paciran, also in Lamongan Regency in East Java. And as Dr. Yulianto mentioned, the theme of this conference really interested me, investing in language, education, and culture by exploring local values. So this cross-dialectal approach in comparing these dialects recognizes and celebrates the fact that Javanese has very rich variation in its grammar. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce the background and methodology. So here is the map of Java, as you all know, with the indigenous languages spoken there and beyond Indonesian. Here, the yellow circle points to central, a little bit of West Java, Central and East Java, where on the island Javanese is spoken. But you also see on the red circles that in the literature, a number of Javanese varieties have been specifically pointed out because they stand out in their grammar as being very unique compared to standard Javanese. I also want to point out what I'm referring to, standard Javanese. This is based on the Yogyakarta and Solo courtly centers. Okay, now zooming in, where, as I mentioned, this study focuses on the variety spoken in Semarang and 3 villages in East Java. And now we zoom in even more. Here is where Weru is on the East Java, on the coast, Blingbing. And right next to Blingbing is Paciran. It's not shown on this map. And then further along in Tuban Regency as Montong. Okay, so the methodology that I used for this study is a questionnaire. And the idea was to target particles, question particles in yes/no questions. And in order to first create this questionnaire, we interviewed 1 or 2 people in each location to get an idea of what particles might occur. The idea of using a questionnaire was to highlight and get at more closely the similarities and differences across dialects. So in order to do this, we maximized the similarity of the questionnaire design. So, but we also took into account where some questions might be specific to local Javanese varieties. So for example, in Semarang, there's the particle nda, which was not found in the others, or a counterpart was not found in the other varieties. So this questionnaire with Semarang had more items, 88, compared to the others, which had 77. And as I mentioned, it's Low Javanese ngoko that was investigated. The questionnaire took about 20 minutes for participants to complete, and we had 10 participants in each location and aimed for gender parity. In the questionnaire, it was a rating task that we asked the participants to do. And we asked them, the instructions are in this blue box, and we asked them to give each yes/no question a score rated from 1 to 5, where 1 was completely natural or lumrah banget, or 5 ora lumrah banget. And then participants could choose 2, 3, 4 as well, of course, if depending on the scale and how they rated the question. There were 4 practice items, and we invited participants to give comments at the end of the questionnaire for feedback, and it was conducted by local Javanese speakers. So here's the example questionnaire from Semarang. So you can hear that see here, there's the 4 practice. We have the instructions at the top, the 4 practice questions, and then we go right into the main questionnaire. So some points to highlight here. So here we had specific, the items were specific to each Javanese variety. So you can see this with the particle tho in 1, the particle ndaan in 2, and also with different lexical items. So the preposition ning, corresponding to more central Javanese varieties. This is compared to the example questionnaire from Montong. So we have the same structure: instructions, practice questions, followed by the questionnaire. And then, so you can see here the different lexical items that make it necessarily local to the Javanese variety. So East Javanese variety, such as ne for the preposition, as well as specific particles that we had found when doing the pilot interviews. So the question particle in Montong is le. Another thing to point out is that each questionnaire, the items were randomized differently. So you can see that 1 atin tau nupat pesawat yole is completely different than 1 in the questionnaire in Semarang. So this is just how we did that to include the randomization. Okay, some of the methodological challenges that we found using this questionnaire, we found it helpful to have the instructions, just to point out in the practice items, maybe some participants only chose 1 and 5. So then we were able to tell the participants that you can choose other numbers in between. Another challenge is that some participants wanted to know or give the answers to the yes/no questions because they are questions. So it's natural to say, oh, well, where should I put yeah, or can we imagine a no answer? But then we're, again, it was important to address this during the practice questions, and then the questionnaire could be done properly. And some questions, some participants commented as the end were judged strange for pragmatic or semantic reasons. So the name Kana might have been misconstrued for Kono as over there, or other difficulties were the spelling of PR for homework. And as mentioned, some participants had trouble with like imagining the question. So then maybe it was rated lower because they couldn't imagine, like, how can Koli carry a motorcycle? That's crazy. So this is why we wanted to get more than just 1 or 2 participants, and we have 10 participants in order to get the average of these. Okay, so let's turn to the results now. Okay, so there are 2 main results that I want to focus on here. So The first one is the lexical variation. We found lexical variation, but similar semantic function across all varieties investigated, to the extent that we can understand the semantic function, of course, from the questionnaire, from the methods used. And the second main result that I'll discuss today with you is syntax semantics interaction of focus particles. So these were the to, ta, le particles in particular. And I will show that there's different semantic scope relating to its syntactic position. And this was found in across all dialects. But I did find some interesting possible differences in what can have narrow focus. So I'll get into what this means when we look at the examples. So first, let's look at this overview of the different particles used. And so here I've included the standard Javanese, and then as well as Semarang, Montong, Weru, Lingping, and Paciran varieties, the last four in East Javanese and the first two in Central Javanese dialectal groupings. And we see overall that there's some lexical and phonological variation, and this is seen most clearly in the focus particle. So to in standard Javanese with entirely different particle in Montong, le, that's not phonologically related, but we have different phonology in other East Javanese varieties in Weru and Lingping, this is pa, and in Paciran, to, not to. So we have some vowel differences there. So the particles that we'll be looking at are an overall neutral particle, opo, this focus particle that I just mentioned. In Semarang, they have an interesting that particle. And then negation and affirmation or yes particles are also used in yes/no questions to invite agreement or with the polarity of the question of the yes/no question. So let's turn to the next slide. So now we go into some of the more specifics of each of these. So I just want to move there we go. So as mentioned, in that across these varieties was specifically used in Semarang, but not the East Javanese varieties. And you can see that that has different positions in the phrase. So it can be sentence initial in the yes/no question. It can be initial to the predicate. So this includes the VP, the verb phrase, as well as any tense aspect or modal markers, as well as when it occurs sentence finally. Additionally, it has this suffix an. So similar to the marker for already, wis an, or sometimes the particle yes, yonan, has this sentence finally. And here is how I represent the results of this questionnaire. So recall that 1 is completely natural and 5 is completely unnatural in this rating task. And here I represent the scores, the average scores across all 10 participants. So all participants chose 1. So this is completely natural to have in the position as predicate initial, and slightly, and also completely natural to have it sentence initial. And this was this position was elicited. It was not actually in the questionnaire. Okay, another example, zooming in, is negation. The results from this questionnaire show that negation can be used to form a yes/no question across all the dialects surveyed. And what's interesting is that some of the varieties, including Semarang, Blingbing, and Weru, overall seem to prefer this strategy less than the question particle to or ta. So in Montong, here you have the exact same sentence, tutus, tuku, skopachel ning pasar, in 3 and 4. And then what differs is the particle at the end. So in 3, you have the negative particle, and in 4, you have this question or focus particle. What's interesting in Montong, speakers rated these quite close, and where negation was rated as possibly more acceptable than with the question, although both are very acceptable. Whereas you get the opposite effect in Semarang, Blingbing, and Weru. So Blingbing is very clear. The question particle ta in Blingbing is most preferred, and negation is less. It could be just an effect of imagining the right discourse context for these question particles, which may cause speakers to rate these yes/no questions a bit lower. So that could be a follow-up question. Okay, what about the lexical variation? Here, across all the varieties investigated, we find that the particles are employed as described for standard Javanese. So we find sentence initial opo, sentence final ta, or to le, as we just saw in example 4. So this type of example is accepted across all varieties, and sentence final io. These are understood in terms of the grammaticality judgment results of the rating test, but of course it would be necessary to include discourse context to investigate their semantic function. So that's one limitation of using the questionnaire. Okay, so now let's look at examples of each of these. Sorry, I'll just go back of each of these. Sentence initial opo, sentence final pa, to le ta, and sentence final yo. Okay, so starting with sentence initial opo, here we've compared with standard Javanese. Opo bukne uestiwocho. Has the book already been read? From Wediwati's grammar. In 6, we have the questionnaire items across the different dialects. Opo, Bambang, Jait, Chalono, Kui, or Iku, corresponding to the different dialectal groups. And here we see that the position in Opo as sentence initial is accepted across all the varieties. Blingbing has a lower score, a bit lower score. Turning to sentence final, ta, to, le, etc. Here we compare it with standard Javanese from ARP's grammar, kui gurune to, that's the teacher, right? Or their grammar, as I mentioned, is written in Dutch. And here are the question items in 8A, B, and C from the questionnaire across the different varieties. So we see the lexical variation, and this is in its sentence final position, it's indicating broad focus. So it's telling us that, that this is a question, and I'm asking for, the speaker is asking for an answer, either yes or no. And here, across all dialects, this is a possible question, as you can see from the average ratings. What's also interesting, if we go back to the previous slide, so here, bling bing, this is very acceptable. Tutus tukus ko pecel ning pasar ta. Did tutus buy this delicious dish, pecel, at the market? But here we see that opo, while accepted, is certainly rated lower. So that also gives us an indication about what overall strategies are used in the different Javanese varieties. Because as far as I understand, opo and these broad focus particles have a very similar function. So it could be the case that some varieties use overwhelmingly one strategy over the other. Okay, so what about if we put these together? So as I mentioned, they both have the same function. So is it possible to put these together? The question arose in work that I've done on Pachiran Javanese, where speakers reject this co-occurrence. So this is judged as ungrammatical for speakers in Pachiran. If we can see that across all dialects, except for Bling Bing, this, where you have the co-occurrence of both the sentence initial opo plus the particle sentence finally, these are rated lower. But Bling Bing has the exact same score for either sentence initial opo or both, suggesting again that this is the using sentence final pa for Bling Bing speakers is overall preferred. Okay, whereas let's take Weru, for example, where sentence initial is opo is the average rating 1.7, completely acceptable, near completely acceptable for at 1. Sentence final pa 1.4, whereas you get this drop, I'm not sure, so you get the average rating here is 2.7. Okay. And moving on to the third example here, sentence final to in comparison with standard Javanese in the example 9. Nangko nang ngonku yo. Nanti ke tempat saya ya. You're coming to my house later, yeah? So here, clause final yes particle or sentence final yes particle is accepted in all the dialects surveyed. In Bling Bing, or sorry, in Weru village, this is a bit less than in the others. But in general, we can say that it's accepted. This is a possible strategy. And here are the examples in 10 ulum mepe flambineo. Ulum is hanging the clothes out to dry, right? Or yes? Okay, so that was the main results from 1. Now I'm going to turn to the main results from 2, where the syntax semantics interaction. And in particular, we're going to look at the position of opo, where it's possible in predicate initial position in addition to the sentence initial position, but it's ungrammatical in sentence final position. And we'll also look at the position of these question particles, tato, le, where I show that these different syntactic positions correspond to a different semantics, namely narrow focus on the constituent it follows. So in ARP's grammar on standard Javanese, they show that opo can be following the subject, buanti, and before the predicate with the call. So the question was, do other dialects also allow for this position? The results are mixed. This is why I put the question mark here. So you can see that the initial position, which I already presented, is acceptable. There's a bit lower ratings, average ratings, for when it occurs predicate initially or between the subject and predicate. But definitely it's very low rated, closer to 5 in the final position. And this also corresponds to what I have learned from working with speakers in Javanese, in Paciran, excuse me, where this position is judged as ungrammatical, so it's not possible. Okay, perhaps in this position, one reason why we might find a bit lower ratings is because Bambang or Buwanti in this position necessarily has to be kind of a topic. So we have to imagine a context where the subject can be the topic of we've already mentioned Buwanti or Bambang, and we're going to ask about Bambang and, oh, as for Bambang, did he sew these pants? So these lower ratings might reflect the difficulty of imagining these discourse context. Okay, turning to different positions of the focus particles, tato, le. These particles can occur after different constituents within the clause to indicate narrow focus. What we find across all the dialects, we found that after the subject, this is the particle after the subject is rated very good. So let's look at 13, the first one, where you have tutusta sing tuku skolpachel nek pasar. So this is illustrated with bling bing, but you can see that the ratings are close to 1 across all the dialects. Now, if we put the focus particle after the verb phrase, so here we have tuku skolpachel, so we have the verb and the direct object skolpachel. So here, these are also rated pretty good, but definitely less than after the subject. And then if you have the particle following only the verb, this is rated much lower than the other positions. In work that I've done on Paciran, this position is possible, but you have to have a special discourse context to evoke some kind of alternatives for just the verb. So did Tutus buy the rice at the market, or was she only looking around? So again, this difference would have to be looked at in more in depth to understand whether these ratings are due to the difficulty in understanding the discourse context to have these alternatives. Because as a focus particle, you necessarily are comparing alternatives of, in this case, the subject. Was Tutus the one that bought rice at the market, or was it Kana or Sri, Busri? Okay. We found a further syntactic effect on the position of what might be focused. So I had some question items with wingi and with the question particle ta leto immediately following this adverb. And this is possible for in bling bing and waru, which have these scores, average scores. But in Semarang and Montong, these were judged as close to unnatural. So it could be that this position is difficult, whereas Wingito in sentence initial or sentence final are much better places for these to occur. Okay. And then I'll point out another, some other interactions of these particles I found are with the tense, aspect, and modal markers in the different Javanese varieties. So some of these tense, aspect, modal, or TAM markers are perfectly fine with the question particle. So this is an example with 12. Taole, Siti Taole Mangon neng Australia. So Siti once lived in Australia. Sorry, I didn't put the gloss or the translation here. So this is average 2.1. And if we compare this with the future or prospective aspect marker ape or arap in standard Javanese, Pak Polisi apele nyakol maling iku, the policeman will arrest that thief. Here it's close to completely unnatural. So we learned that some of these markers may not be focused. So here the example in 11 was with ape, and we also found similar very low ratings with wis. So a follow-up question would be to understand the semantics of why some TAM markers can be focused and some TAM markers cannot. Okay. So I'm almost out of time, so let me conclude and discuss some future outlooks. So going back to this overall table, here we focus on the first two rows. So we found that, like standard Javanese, the opo is used across all dialects. And it has a similar position across all dialects, namely sentence initially, predicate initially, but not sentence finally. What was interesting is that we've also found that Bling speakers judge opo sentences overall as less acceptable than yes/no questions with the particle ta, which seems to be the overall preferred strategy in this Javanese variety. Talking more about the focus particle, we learned from these questionnaires that like in standard Javanese, in non-sentence final positions, it can have narrow focus position, focus semantics, excuse me. And interestingly, some of the tense aspect modal markers cannot be focused. And so we saw this with ape, and this also occurs with wis or already. And in general, these two question particles, opo and the focus particle, do not co-occur when the focus particle has broad focus in sentence final position, although it seems to be okay for Semarang, Montong, and Weru speakers. Okay, going to the last three rows. So first, yes, the yes particle occurs across all dialects surveyed. Negation using the no particle, while available, may be less preferred in some dialects. or it may be the case that it's more preferred with, for example, to or the question particle. So in combination with, like in standard Javanese, you have pora, like opo, ora at the end, instead of only ora. So this combination might be more preferred instead of only the negative particle. And lastly, Indat was identified as unique to Semarang Javanese. So I raised a number of areas where this study can be continued. And here I identified two others. So looking at the wider typology of yes-no particles. So one of the questions we can ask is, what is the role of these particles in different types of yes-no questions? So this questionnaire, what this questionnaire did not address is other types, like what is the function of all of these particles in different types of yes-no questions, such as echo questions, expressing surprisal or disbelief, and also with negative yes-no questions. A second avenue of future research is looking at the role of question particles with alternative questions. So what I mean by alternative questions is, do you want coffee or tea? Where you are identifying two alternatives, coffee or tea, and in English, you have the disjunction here. And what's interesting in when you create alternative questions in standard Javanese, you use the opo marker, and whereas in Pachiran Javanese you use to, kopi, to te, but not kopi opo te. So in both of these dialects, the same marker that is used as, this is the same marker that is used as disjunction. So disjunction as or in utterances, so in non-yes-no questions. So the question we can ask here is, do Montong speakers use le or opo in alternative questions, and is this the same strategy for just disjunction? And this is common cross-linguistically to recruit a marker of disjunction in yes-no questions, and but it's not always the case that the same strategy is used. Okay, so I'll stop here, and I'd like to thank all of you. Matur nuwun ingkang kathah, terima kasih, and now that I'm in Germany, danke. And so thank you to UNNES for the invitation. And I would also like to especially thank Finati Asana, as well as Wuri Sayakti for conducting the questionnaires in the different villages and in the city of Semarang, and of course to the participants, and for the funding that allowed me to do this research. And I have some references here, and I will end there. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Jusina van der Klok, for the very enriching and also very wonderful talk and topic. Yeah, even this is very surprising and very special. Yeah, even we are Japanese do not realize that those kind of things. Yeah, we just speak Japanese every day, but we don't really care about any Japanese particles as detailed as what you have done. So that's really, wow, it's awesome. Yeah, very wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think what we can conclude from Dr. Josina's talk today is that Javanese language itself actually is kind of rich language, since there are several varieties of particles, of dialectical particles from among, let's say, Semarang as part of in Central Java, as well as in some other villages in East Java. And probably, Dr. Josina, you can also compare, let's say, the dialects in Central Java with other places, like in Banyumas, Banyumas, or maybe like Mr. Widianto from Purbalingga, from Purbalingga. There might be also a slight difference in the dialectical particles, Yes. And I think also in like in other towns in East Java, I think, just like what you have done in Tuban, in Blimbing and Baru, Blimbing village and Baru village. Yes, and Dr. Josina, actually, Java Island is very special because we have 3 regions, West Java, which is Sundanese, they speak Sundanese, and Central Java and East Java. But even in Central Java itself, as what your research focus is, has different dialectical variations, just like in Semarang, in other, just like in Semarang, Banyumas, and Purbalingga, and other towns in Central Java. So we can conclude that Javanese dialectical particles have several variations that have some similarities and differences, from one region to another region. But there are some, as you have found, there are some similarity, like the use of some particles, like for instance, oppo. Oppo means we also use oppo in, I think, in some regions, in Central Java, like we use that oppo for when we ask questions, like so oppo here means what, what, what in English, like what, so and then this is very interesting when I realized that particles like leh, what is how to pronounce this, leh or leh, I don't know, leh. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so probably may we open questions from the audience. Probably students are also colleagues from English department, UNNES, will ask questions to Dr. Josina van der Klok.
Yes, I welcome their questions.
Yeah, please take your time. And Dr. Josina, may I ask you a question? So, what is the purpose of your research in doing this research? When you want to find what is the variations, variation in Javanese dialectical particles. So, what is your research? Sorry, what is your purpose?
What is your
purpose?
The main goal.
Yes.
So as I mentioned, this is more preliminary and ongoing research to get an idea of the types of particles that are used and some of the variation. But I think the more interesting questions that are necessary is to relate it to the wider typology of all natural languages. So, so understanding the syntax semantics function of these particles, but in relation to what other languages do and why, what are the similarities and differences of these particles in in these different Javanese varieties. And I also want to really, so there's two other points. So there's a lot of different strategies. So some languages might only have one particle, but in Javanese, look how many particles there are. There's at least 5, not to mention the combinations. So in standard Javanese, you can do opora, and you can also in other varieties, like in Paciran, you can combine yes, no, to. Nggak yoto. So this is also these combinations. So understanding what are the possible combinations, and why do you have so many? Why does the Javanese language have so many strategies? So really pinpointing where opo can occur and where it can't occur in types of yes/no questions. So maybe the answer lies in the types. So is it only for neutral questions, or can we use some of these particles in negative yes/no questions, like can Tutus not sing because her voice is so terrible, I can't stand it? Can she not sing? So this is more what I want to get at. And I also see that there's a question from
Mr. Widianto. Mr. Widianto. Yes.
In the chat first.
All right.
So
yes.
I will
let me read the question. Yeah.
Oh yes.
So this is from Raka. Yeah, Raka. Good afternoon, Ms. Jusina. I would like to ask about the methodological challenges. Based on the methodological challenges, why some participants only choose numbers 1 and 5 or 1 to 5? Yeah,
yes. So I think you mean methodological challenges.
This is, no, this is mythological. Mythology. The item is mythological.
Yeah, I think it's methodological, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I think so. Yes.
So yeah, the question is why. So this sometimes happens when you do when you're doing these types of rating tasks, and some participants might just naturally say, okay, this is completely natural and this is completely unnatural, and not have any judgments in between. Other participants will choose the whole range and be more nuanced. It's just a natural result of how people do the rating task. And so the important part is to, understand these results across multiple participants, so more than just 1 or 2, and get the average rating. And even further than what I've done is maybe is to do statistics on these numbers and understand what are the trends and what are the real what can we understand in terms of the trends and what we predict will happen or won't happen based on these scores. So that's another limitation of my study, is that I haven't done these statistics to really understand what these ratings mean. So it's okay if participants choose 1 or 5. That's okay. It's natural. Yes, Pat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jusina, for the answer. Okay, probably Mr. Widianto will ask question. Please, Mr. Widianto.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sorry, Hendrikus. Dr. Sorry, Van der Klok. I think it's very interesting that you are doing research in our language that sometimes we, as Hendrikus said, we didn't realize it. Yeah, If you are compared to the language that I use in the region of Banyumas, to the west of Central Java, the variety will be much different. Yeah, as Pak said. Okay, and I think it happens also in any language. I think because I haven't done such research, but I live, when I was in Wollongong, I live with a family which the wife is from Ireland, North Ireland, and then the husband is from Wales, and there is a guy from Aussie, Australian. Yeah, and when they talk to each other, they understand. But in my ear, it sounds so. What is it? I couldn't understand all the language because I have to switch from understanding the Australian, go to Wales, go to Ireland. It's very different language. Yeah. And maybe this is too much. Yeah. But for this particular research of yours is so because in between even one province. Yeah. So it's very interesting.
Yes. I agree. And this is why I love working on working in linguistics. So the overarching goal is to understand what is a possible grammar of human language, and how can we understand the variation. So as you pointed out, there's so much variation allowed in human grammar, but what are the limitations of this variation, and how can we account for this variation? So the purpose of this study was to mainly document and describe the variation, and then the next big step is to get at this overarching question of how to account for this and explain for this variation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Okay, please, for students who want to ask questions to Dr. Jusina, you can just ask directly or write in the chat box if you, yes, please. And by the way, Dr. Jusina, have you ever heard, Javanese language also has numerous expressions that maybe we cannot find the equivalent expressions in English. Yeah, it's like that. I think that would be interesting topic to discuss. Like apa ya? Apa Pak Widi misalnya contoh pakai apa misalnya kata.
Okay, in language that you are just you are researched, you talk about toh, ta. Leh. In my language, maybe mbok.
Mbok.
Mbok. I think in Banyumas language is using
Semarang, Semarang juga.
So in your language, Pak Widianto, could you say opo, tutus, tukus, skopacho?
Yes.
In my dialect, in Banyumas dialect, we do not use opo, but apa. We use
apa.
Apa. Yeah, more not sound o, but a.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
so here is apa.
Just read whatever it is. Yeah. We have loro in Banyumas. We lara.
Yes, I see.
Okay.
I see. Yeah. And instead of ta, you say bo.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there any Semarang speakers? Because I also understand that there's this particle i.
Dr. Julianto is Semarang is originally.
No, Ungaran. Ungaran has different particles. We have different dialectical particles from those live in Semarang or those come from Semarang. But
so I agree,
yes, Ungaran is the regency of regency of Semarang.
Yeah, what you're saying about it, I think what I studied, it is kind of something yoi, something like what is it?
Yeah.
To like ta or to. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
sometimes it also goes with something like what do you want? Panas. Panas? Panis. Yeah. Panis means very
Oh,
hot. Yeah.
very
So
hot.
express not just
Mm.
hot but very hot. Yeah. Not panas but panis.
Panis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Terus itu Pak Widi kalau orang Semarang suka anu berang gitu kan, berang itu apa terjemahannya? Anu berang ya kan, berang itu apa ya terjemahannya? Ya, let's
Barang.
berang.
Yeah. What is it?
Anu
I don't know.
Ya itu.
It's difficult. Yeah.
Alright.
Pak Yulianto, kalau di Unggarang
Yes.
pakai apa? To, le, pa.
Yeah,
pakai
we use to like
to.
tutus tuku sego pecel ing pasar to. Yeah, we use this. We use this
Okay,
particle
okay.
to. Yes.
Unggarang as well.
Not
Yes.
le ota, let to.
Yeah.
Yes,
To. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then also probably also the pronunciation, yeah, like using like dh, for example, misal podo, podo. Have you ever heard the word podo means?
Yes.
Podo tuku, misal podo tuku means
both or all.
Yeah. Podo tuku pecel, misal podo tuku pecel means they are all by pecel. They are all by pecel. Podo tuku pecel. Podo. Podo means.
Podo means the same, right?
Yeah. What?
Podo means the same.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, the same. Yeah, they similarly. They likewise by pecel. Yeah. Please, any other questions from our colleagues, English department, and also, Dr. Justina, do you find some similarities in this kind of dialectical particles, dialectical Javanese particles, with those in English, for instance, or in German, maybe?
In German, I don't know so much, but in English, yeah, we have some particles like right, where you're asking the interlocutor to affirm that the question that you're asking, this proposition is true. And you can also say yes, you're like that's the teacher, yeah, or no, like in Javanese, but we don't have something like opo or to or le or ta.
Yes.
So instead of here in Javanese uses a syntax strategy or morphosyntactic strategy to indicate focus, whereas in English we use stress. So we use higher, let's move to this example. So here you can have different positions of this particle, but here I've indicated stress or emphasis by using capital letters in English. So did Tutus buy pecel rice at the market? Yes. Did Tutus buy pecel rice at the market, or was she selling? Yeah. So that's also an interesting difference. Some languages use intonation or stress to get at these differences in focus, whereas languages like Javanese use morphosyntactic strategies.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Josina. Actually, we want to ask more questions to you, maybe another time, yeah, because we are running out of time. So we will continue with the next session. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Josina van der Klok, for the time and for the sharing your research and lecture talk to all of us. So this means that we as a Javanese should love our own native language more. Yeah? We should love our native language more and should be proud. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Should be proud of our own language. Yeah, because even you from Germany also have interest in doing research on Javanese language. So thank you very much once again, and I do apologize if there are any inconvenience during this student conference and from our service to you. So wishing you have good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
yes.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. I will attend some of the next session.
All right.
So
All right.
I look
Thank you
forward
very
to that.
much.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Sina.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Dr. Josina van der Klok on cross-dialectal variation of Japanese particles in yes, no question. Thank you, Dr. Josina van der Klok, for such insightful topic. Now we will present the virtual certification for Dr. Josina van der Klok.
Well, thank you very much. Terima kasih ya.
I would also like to thank Dr. Yulianto for guiding the plenary session with Dr. van der Klok. Now we will proceed to the last parallel session. After finishing the parallel session, all presenters and participants are expected to gather in the main room to join the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we have opened the breakout room. Please revert to the grouping that the committee has made. And for the participants, you may go directly to the room that you're interested to enter. Excuse me, Dr. van der Klok, would you like to enter the first room or the second room? We will help to assign you to the chosen room.
Yeah, sorry, I'd like to go to room 1, but I don't understand how to.
Okay, we will assign you to the room.
Thank you.
As a reminder for all the participants that are still in the main room, you may go directly to the room that you are interested to enter Ladies and gentlemen, by completing all 3 parallel sessions, now we are getting near to the end of the event. There won't be any attendance link to fill in. We will check your attendance based on the Zoom recording. Certificates will be sent later via email. Let us also have a photo session before today's event is closed. Please turn your camera on. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Second slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our day. On behalf of the committee, I thank you all for making time in your busy schedule to participate in the event. It's been our pleasure to host this conference. See you around sometime in the following year. We wish you all a pleasant day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much everyone. Sampai ketemu. Terima kasih Bu Yani. Ayo. Ya dong.